up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? My name is Chris Reed, and welcome back. In my life, I've been telling myself the same thing. Mm, oh, well, all right, now that I turned up the volume, you should be able to hear me. What's up, everybody? This is your boy Chris Reed Beast back with another video, man. In my life, one thing that I have started to do and one thing I've started to tell myself is to take things slow. Okay. Been moving through, been pushing through a lot of things. And it's not really necessary for us to be moving at the intensities that we've been moving at. We really should be taking things slow. So that's what we're going to attempt to do in everything that we do. We're just going to be attempting to take things slow. Welcome everybody to this live stream, though. We are having a conversation. First and foremost, before we get into any beats or any music production, we're just having a conversation in general about Reason 12 and about your journey as a music producer. If you are starting off and you have not located your primary DAW, or if you've chosen Reason as your primary DAW, how that experience is, should be, or will be going for you. And in creating this live stream, just a thought that popped into my head. We've done this kind of question before. We've done this question before with different programs, different software, different companies. We've looked at Native Instruments. We've looked at FL Studio. We've just looked at some different people, but not necessarily have we looked at Reason in the same way. First thing I want to say, and I want to kind of get off the way. That's what I'm saying. We're going to relax. We're going to relax a little bit. We're going to get comfortable with this live stream. We're going to get comfortable, you know what I'm saying? Just come a little closer. I purchased my version. I purchased my version of Reason 10. And then I purchased my upgrade for Reason 11. And at the time, that then I had a discount and that gave me a bonus to push into Reason 12. So while I love the software, I'm a customer. I am a purchaser. I spent my money. Full transparency, because I created some sound packs and I was working with them to create sound packs, and because I often do videos for the channel, they have gifted me or supplied me with a Reason Plus subscription. So yearly Reason Plus subscription. Gotta check and see if that thing has expired or not. But because we have that gives us access to be able to do the things that we are able to do. But even without that Reason Plus subscription, I own the software. So I'm just putting that out there to have full transparency about bias. The great thing about what I've done this year that some people may have seen and noticed is, in the past, I've been pretty Reason heavy and just pretty much strictly Reason, even to the point of not only just using Reason as a DAW, but also only using stock Reason instruments, stock Reason sound bank, drums, and everything was just straight sounds from Reason. And I did that with a purpose and for a reason. I did it for a reason. And that reason being, I wanted to show people the power of the software. I wanted to show them these are the kind of tracks that you can get. You don't have to get another VST. You don't have to get another plugin. Like, you don't have to do any of those things in order for you to have great music, right? In order for you to create great music with the software, you don't have to have any of those things. You don't have to purchase those things. Now, there may be some quality of life that some programs or some plugins can get you. There may be some quality of life that some plugins can get you where instead of you doing it the reason way, you just get this plugin or get this plugin and get this VST. And because you're using that VST, it just kind of fast forwards some things. So you knock out some steps as opposed to if you were using Reason, right? So if you were using Reason, it might take you 4 or 5 steps to do the same thing that some VSTs and some plugins can just do, right off the bat. Welcome to the live stream, BHAS. You indeed are not late, my friend. I would say you're right on time. So there are some plugins that could, afford you that, right? So if you wanted to speed things along, that would be some reasons why even today I would suggest, if you wanted to grab some other kind of plugins, then you totally could do that. All right, cool. Wanted to make sure that my chat box was working here. So BHAS was joining us in the live stream. Shout outs to you, BHAS. Thanks for coming through. Arturo as well. Welcome to the live stream. Arturo, welcome to the live stream as well. Glad to have you here for this conversation. And please, guys, I love to make it a conversation. I love to make it a dialogue instead of a monologue. So please, if you have questions or if you have comments, thoughts, let them be known. I would appreciate it. Ivan Velez is up in here as well. What's up, Ivan? I know my people is up in here. I know y'all just hanging out. Y'all just listening back. Let me finish this last thought that I was saying, which is the reason why I've been very reason heavy. Because if you're coming to a live stream or you're coming to a video, you're coming to a channel and it's saying it's going to teach you reason, like, I think it's important that you're actually seeing somebody use the devices, the utilities, the effects, the instruments inside that DAW. Like, it doesn't matter if I'm using Pro Tools if I don't use any of the Pro Tools plugins or VSTs. If I open up the DAW, and then I start pulling up Fab Filter here and I'm pulling up Omnisphere there. I mean, Omnisphere in itself, every single sound you could ever want is there. So of course, load Omnisphere in any DAW and you're good to go, right? It's not quite the same thing as when you're using Reason and you're able to see, okay, I'm using only Reason and I'm using it for EQing, mastering, mixing. I'm using it for creative. I'm using it to create the sounds. I'm using it to do sound engineering. I'm using it, like, when you can see the DAW in action that way, that's when it's powerful. And I hope that has been helpful. With that being said, though, this year in 2024, this is the reason why this title is there, Reason 12 in 2024. It's really there to say this year I've actually went in and started looking at other DAWs more extensively. So we're talking about even live in videos. We did RipX DAW, we did FL Studio, we did Ableton, we did Bitwig. Is it Bitwig? Is that the name of the one? BandLab was the other one. So we on the channel, right? On the channel, as well as Reason. And so when I say that out of all of those DAWs, that Reason is the one that I'm suggesting, the one that I am, of course, I'm the one, it's the one that I'm going to continue to use. It's not because I'm just pulling it out of thin air. It's not because, they gifted me anything. It's not because, it's because I've tried them. I've seen the pros and cons. I've tried the same thing that I'm telling you about Reason. Like, oh, I'm going to use the actual effects and plugins from the DAW. Because the thing about purchasing a DAW, the thing about it is you spend so much money up front to get the DAW. So why should you then also have to go to another website, to another company to spend more money? Like, that kind of seems backwards. So I've never been a fan of that. Never been a fan of that. Always been a fan of using the DAW to get the job done. So I'm going to take a break from my little monologue here because I want to hear what some other people are saying, okay? Shout outs to Reg Young. Says, greetings from Chicago. Respect to you. I've been a Reason customer since version 4. I find myself at a crossroads. I can't just let it go, but I got a few other DAWs. Now I'm torn. Reg Young, you know, you're not different than many other people who are probably experiencing similar feelings. And this is the great part about Reason, and they are not shy about it. They are not expecting you or wanting you to only use their DAW. This is the reason why we're going to hear the word reason a lot in this live stream. But I believe that this is one of the purposes of creating the Reason Rack as a VST. For if you find another DAW that really catches your attention, or it does something that you really like, right? You don't have to choose between one or the other. You don't have to abandon anything. Now, if you're coming from FL Studio, or if you're coming from another DAW and you're finding yourself in Reason, but you're saying, wow, I wish I could pull my FL, or I wish I could pull my other DAW things in, then that's not going to be available for you. So that's a huge positive on the side of Reason, is the fact that you can pull this rack and use these effects and instruments and players in any other DAW that you choose. They are not by any means telling you only use us. It's a lot of competition, and there's a lot of things that other DAWs do. Here is how you get untorn, in my opinion. You get untorn by looking at productivity and by looking of like ease of use and like your overall like user satisfaction. Like the same things that they look at in reviews in order to see what do we need to change about these softwares, you got to do that for yourself. And you got to say, okay, I'm using Reason. I'm pumping out 30 beats a month. I'm doing 1 beat a day. I like that productivity. I switched over to Ableton. It was rocky at first, but now I got my wings. Now I got, you know, I'm comfortable in it. Not just when you first switch over, but get comfortable in the new DAW. Okay, cool. I'm comfortable. And now my productivity has gone down. Not because I'm new, but because I got comfortable with it. And I'm just not as inspired. I'm not as encouraged. I'm not as, you know, you have to really ask yourself these questions. These are the things that you got to look for. So if your productivity goes down, if the fun goes down, that's how you get untorn. Don't be torn about like community, because pretty much a large majority of the Reason community loves the DAW and likes things in other DAWs. So don't feel torn there, because everybody has it, you know. Do you do feedback reactions from All Right? Welcome to the live stream, by the way. If you're referring to music, like send in your music and I react. I don't really react or give feedback necessarily. We sometimes listen, you know, we enjoy each other's music here sometimes. And then if you would prefer it, if you're looking for it, if you're asking for it, that could be something that we could give. That could be something we could set up to do a reaction or feedback. But mostly if we do a video, and we should do one soon because I haven't done one in a while. If we do one, then you'll be able to send your music in and we'll check out your music. All right. What I found is that the most advanced functions that each DAW possesses isn't even stuff that the average person uses. A lot of DAWs are very tailored to certain kinds of producers. Like you would ask yourself if you were a DJ that does remixes and you do a lot of parties and you do a lot of live sessions. I mean, it's built into the name. There are people that use Reason for instruments live, right? They might even set up a whole gig, a whole set. But you really would be kind of, hurting your own set and hurting your own self for not using Ableton. It's just kind of built into it, right? It matters the functionality that you're looking for. That matters, right? So with that being said, certain DAWs are tailored. RipX DAW was another one that we were looking at. It's all about stem separation. Like FL Studio has stem separation built in, but that's like a brand new thing. Whereas all of the things that you've been able to do in FL Studio in the past, those have been there since the very beginning, right? The piano roll, the actual drum patterns layout, like all of that stuff has been around for a long time. So it really is like, what are the things that are tailored for your use? Like you could use Reason. You could never use Blocks Mode. You can never use Regroove. You could never flip the rack, and you can make all the music that you ever wanted to make. That's 3 things right there. Flipping the rack, which is a major propriety of the Reason DAW. That's a major function. Flipping the rack is a major function. You can make music without flipping the rack. You can make music without using the Regroove mixer, without using Blocks Mode. You can make music without using any of the players. Like, it's a lot of things you could take out and strip out from Reason, and you still can use it, right? And so it's a lot of things that are very tailored. But those things I just listed, those things are kind of tailored to the Reason experience. Those things are tailored to the Reason experience. What makes that DAW. So you're right. There are a lot of things that, man, most people won't even get into, like Pro Tools. Like most people won't even get into all of the ways that you can alter the audio in that DAW. You probably won't even get into it, because some of it might just be over your head. Some of it might just be not even necessary for your music, right? Or you might find another way to do it instead of the way that they're saying to do it. Ivan says, is someone complaining about the tools you use when you do your video tutorials? Is someone complaining? I mean, everybody complains. Everybody complains here and there, but not specifically. That's not why we're having this conversation. We just talking, and I'm just I don't know. I want you guys to know, like, and trust me. And sometimes I feel like maybe I'm not upfront, as upfront as I could be. So I wanted to give the understanding, the disclaimer of why I've been using other DAWs and why I've been using Reason the way that I've been using it, right? So no, everything is all good. I love all you guys. There's no problems. Each DAW can get the job done well if you know what you're doing. Yeah, I just saw a video where it was somebody using GarageBand. I think it's Ed Talenti. Ed Talenti using GarageBand, and then somebody else was using another program, and it's like pro versus noob. The noob has FL Studio, the pro has GarageBand. It's like, oh, who's gonna make the better track? It's like, the person that makes the better track might be the person that can play guitar. I didn't watch the video, by the way. I just saw it. I didn't watch the video. I just saw it. So I hope I didn't, confuse anybody with that. But anyway, the point being, if you're a professional music maker and you know about rhythms and you know about grooves and you know about, chord progressions, like if you know these things, like, will it actually matter what DAW you use? No, it's going to come back to ease of access, ease of use, productivity, creativity, like how it sparks your interest. It's going to come back to those things. It's going to become, the thing that you want to use, right? There's only a few in my use that was like, well, if I use this, it will stifle my creativity. The way that the program is set up, the way that you do this is stifling my creativity. I cannot use blank DAW. Like put a little sensor beep. I cannot use beep, I cannot use that DAW. It will stifle my creativity. That's just for me, because I know plenty of people who have been using it and have been enjoying it. So, Biha says I use Reason and Studio One. And to me, I've said this before too. Studio One is like, it's a distant relative of Reason. It's like if Cubase and I don't know. It was the first time I said the joke, it was better. But anyway, they're like distant cousins of each other. So, anything anyone does on a specific DAW, you can do the same work on a different DAW. All DAWs work the same, but may not have same features as well as other DAWs, but can get the job done. Yes. For example, I have heard that time stretching in Ableton is really, really good. Like audio, like having like an audio file, like editing the audio is really good in Ableton. That's what I've heard. I didn't experience the exact same feeling in my use as when I use like Mimic and Reason, for example. Once I started using Mimic and Reason, then it was like, okay, this is all I ever need in terms of time stretching and being able to time stretch and then pitch to shift the pitch to pitch. As far as time stretching and shifting the pitch, Mimic just does it exactly how I want it to do. And of course, because it's laid out in the Reason instrument format, then I'm like at home. I know exactly where all of the ADS are, everything that I need to actually, change and modify. Everything is there. It's set exactly how I want it to be. So it just makes sense for me. But yes, Ivan is right. Different DAWs do different things better. I keep using Ableton as an example, but FL Studio, of course, has the greatest of all time piano rolls. A lot of that to deal with the functionality of it. Oh man, this is one producer. He just makes these like happy sounding beats that just sound like you play them on like a GBA or something. And he's always like on the little YouTube shorts, he's like clicking in the notes for the track or whatever, using the piano roll. And I'm like, he's so fast with making these beats. And that could be editing or whatever it is, but it's just something interesting. So we know that FL Studio piano roll, that's the one to model after. That's the one. They got it right. They got it right. The way that you can glide notes between each other. Now they have locking scales, so you can lock in a scale. You can do chords, you can do scales. Of course, the ability to change pan, velocity, all of these things on each note, right? Each note, the way that you could change all these things on each note is just, all of that is just amazing. All of that is just amazing. So that's something that they do, really well. So each DAW has their own thing, right? Absolutely. Reason as a VST is nice. However, it feels like they stopped developing their own DAW. Well, yeah, when you want to play nice with everybody else, right? When you want to play nice with everybody else, kind of seems like that is what happened, right? It's like, oh, we want to be able to use Reason, which is not necessarily the case, because they still came out with Object. They still, they come out with more instruments and effects and things like that. A lot of times there's features like people are like, oh, we want VST3. So you get VST3. Like, that's working on the DAW. And so they listen to, what people are asking for, what they're looking for. But then it's just also this other part where it's like, the DAW is fine. People can do everything we need them to do in the DAW, sequencer, rack, mixer. So now let's actually give them more to do in the sequencer, rack, and mixer. So for a minute, you were able to save your mixer settings, right? And you can save and recall the mixer settings. Then they took that feature away. But that was something that you could do different in the mixer. Of course, they blocks for the sequencer, something new, right? Regroove mixer, something new. Audio, being able to do the audio, like edit your audio a little bit better. Pitch correction with your audio in the sequencer, right? So it's like, we already have these things. Now it's like, how do we make these things better? And then for your rack, it's like better instruments or newer instruments, effects, graphics, right? Things like that. And so they've done some development, right, in the DAW, that functioning part of the DAW. But the bigger part that I've always seen is, even when they come out with new versions or when they come out with new things, it's like, what is the new instruments? Like when they introduced the whole Clang, Pangea, a while back, the whole, acoustic, or these real instruments, like when they introduced that bass, it was like, yeah, look at what the focus is on. The focus is on instruments, right? The focus is on, same thing with Object. Like Object had this whole huge release. They even had like a little Snapchat filter thing that you could do on your phone with the release of Object, right? The video for Object blew up. I'm still seeing this guy, talking to the mic and make sounds with Object to this day. Like, I'm still seeing that, and that's been some time. So they're definitely sound design, sound engineering, and instrument based. So when some people, like for you, for example, when you say they stopped developing their own DAW, they would say, no, we haven't stopped developing it. We just develop it differently. Than what some people might want them to. That's a powerful combination. I think he's talking about Reason in Studio One. Yep, it is. Reason needs their own DAW MIDI controller, something like SSL is doing. Yeah. Now this is a good. Listen. Okay, I gotta give you a round of applause. I gotta give you a round of applause for that, because so many of the MIDI controllers that I like to use do not work with Reason exactly how I want them to out of the box. I don't know why. I don't know what's happening there. I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's them. I don't know if it's the actual equipment, but that is what has been happening. It just didn't. I buy a new MIDI controller. This one right here. I got the M audio here. I'll switch my camera real quick so you can see this guy. Do I got a better view? Here we go. Here's the M audio. Here's my M audio MIDI controller right here. Okay, I'm finna break something. There's a transport here, right? There's a transport. I'm clicking it. This transport does not work in Reason at all. Period. I've never been able to get it to work correctly at all. That is just an example of what I mean when I say that is a really good idea for them to have their own dedicated, because who is that? I think like Novation. But it's a bunch of MIDI controllers that are built specifically for DAWs. They have them built for FL. They have them built for Ableton, Launch Key. They have all these different MIDI controllers specifically built for them. Do one for Reason. I think that would be awesome. Absolutely. I think that would be awesome. I would definitely appreciate it. JR, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Peace, Chris, and everyone. I find myself creating on the MPC software and importing into Reason to structure and lightly mix. MPC is more hands-on and less mouse clicking to me. Yeah, that's like a whole nother world, right? Like I was talking to my wife and I was like, I look at YouTube is like a big part of like what I do is like, my YouTube channels. And I was talking to her about niching, right? Having a niche or niche, however you want to say it. And we was like, like if we look at my channel is like very niched down because for the majority it's Reason, right? It's like Reason Studios. But if you go one level up, it's like making beats with Reason Studio. If you go one level up, it's making beats with software or DAWs, digital audio workstations. If you go another level up, it's making music. It's like music production, right? So that could be with a DAW on a computer or like what JR is bringing up, some kind of analog gear, MPC. And in that world, there's like a complete split. And JR did something cool where he merged the two and said, I'm going to use both together. But there's like this split between software on the computer and analog gear or even just the MPC. Some people might look at MPC and like, that's a computer in itself. It's just in a unit, it's still not really analog, right? But that's how I would look at it. I would look at it as gear, physical gear that you're physically using as opposed to a mouse and keyboard because you're using a computer. And so there's a split right there between those two. And some people, MPC, make a ton of beats. They are tactile. I know that there's a difference when I'm using this keyboard, and when I'm using my Arturia. Let me get it real quick. Okay, that didn't take too long. I know that there's a difference when I'm using that keyboard and when I'm using this keyboard, right? When I'm pressing these pads, I know that there's a difference in the way that it feels when I'm making that beat. I also went to Guitar Center recently, like I do on occasion. And I was at Guitar Center and I was using the MPC. I think it was MPC Live. I was using that MPC and I was having a lot of fun. Once I realized like how to use it, I was like, oh, this is a lot of fun. So it's something about that. It's just something fun. I like it. He's asking a question about, are you using Reason as a standalone, then mixing in S1 or using S1 with Rack plugin? Aaron Slatton, welcome to the stream. I have Reason 12, the latest version of FL Studio and Cubase. But for me, I mainly use Reason because I really like the workflow. Hopefully, we will get some feature updates to the actual DAW. Break that down for me, Aaron. What feature updates are you looking for? Heck, I'll have Reason, Ableton, Recycle. I used to have Pro Tools, also Digital Performer. They all can do the same thing. Just probably have to go about it a different way than you are used to on your favorite DAW. Yeah, absolutely. I think the reason, this is Reg Young, I think the reason I have been having a tough time is because the thought of jumping from one DAW to another all the time could be a productivity killer. And that's the thing too. It's just also, let me see. What am I trying to say? If you owned 10 cars, you have 10 different choices for what car you're going to drive. All of them get you from one place to another. But there may be a reason why you want to drive car number 5 versus driving car number 2. At some point, it's going to matter which one you choose, right? And then at other times, it's like, I just want to choose everything. For somebody like me, because I do live streaming, because I do YouTube, it's like the more DAWs that I use, the more I niche up instead of niching down into just reason, the more opportunity there is for other people to watch the channel or to find me, become a subscriber, become a member. If that's something that you want to do to support the channel, there's just more opportunities. I'll give you even another example. You can live stream on Twitch. You can live stream on YouTube. You can live stream on Instagram. B-Hoss came over from Instagram. I was live streaming on Instagram one day. If I had not live streamed on that Instagram, he may have never found my channel. And now it's like, that's the homie. You know what I'm saying? It's like all the time in the live streams with tips, tricks, everything. Encouraging one another in our music making. So, but it's just, when do you use it? When will it matter? When will it make a difference? That really is all that matters. It's, it's the same thing with your DAW. It's like, why switch around at all? What is the reason? What is the benefit? There could be a benefit to switching from, there could be a benefit from switching from one DAW to the other. I might want to do some stuff where I'm sampling and I need to do some stem separation. So I'm going to jump into FL Studio so I can do that stem separation. This is one of the big things that has come up recently, which is AI. Some DAWs are going to start introducing using AI a lot more. If a DAW comes out with an AI update and they start using AI more, and we're noticing, oh, wow, there's this DAW that's using AI, we need to take advantage of that, right? There might be a use case for switching to another DAW, even within the same session, right? Like even within the same session, like just jumping from DAW to DAW. And then it still could exist that this is where I get my most productivity done. This is where I can get the most cars that I have, This is where I can get the most beats done, get them mixed, mastered, and pushed out to BeatStars, pushed out to Airbit, pushed out to emails. This is where I can get the best and the most of that stuff done. So that's where we're going to do it. That's why we're choosing Reason. That's why we're choosing what we're choosing, because we're saying this is my productivity. I don't need to switch to something else. I want to do this. There's this third thing too, where it's like, sometimes you get bored. I'm gonna just be, can we just talk? Can we just talk for real? Sometimes you just get bored. And when you get bored, you start going to see what else is out there. You know what I'm saying? You get bored. You start going to see what else is out there. So you just checking stuff out to see, what's going to catch your attention. So, hey, it's all good. Yes, you would have to have knowledge on ins and outs of these DAWs. I use Reason as my main and only DAW, but lately I end up using more and more VSTs. Oh, so that comes back to what I was talking about earlier. I've been using other DAWs to get a feel for other DAWs so that I'm not just Reason fanboy. So I've been using other DAWs. And now that I have like a large library that you can really go through in terms of videos and live streams, you can watch me cook up beats with just Reason instruments effects only. Now in 2024, I've been using other VSTs. I've been using other plugins. I've been using Output Arcade. I've been using Native Access with Native Instruments. I've been using oh man, what's the name of these people, man? I like this stuff. Catchy Noise Productions brought them. IK Multimedia. I've been using IK Multimedia. They have some really great stuff. Just kind of dibbling and dabbling in different softwares and VSTs. For me, it's not to say it's because I can't get it done with Reason, because when I cooked up that Miley Cyrus beat, I found a synth that I had never heard before. And I was like, oh, this is that synth that Blank used. I was like, oh man, I could make some tracks with this. Or I just still find stuff. So it'll never be a case where it's like you just there's not enough instruments. It's never the case. I use every single. Oh man, I use every single instrument that there could be. Now, what Reason could do, and like I said, with the, this is what Reason could do in general. This is just an in general thing. Somebody was talking about like updating Reason and making Reason better. See, Object opened the door for some things, and there's a couple other things that other programs in Reason does as well. But I want to show you this one specifically. See, because in Object, you can create the sound, and then you can hit this randomize button, right? You can randomize it, and you can choose like how much of it gets randomized. And so you're essentially like just creating random patches and random sounds, right? So that needs to be in every single DAW. Like, not DAW. That needs to be in every single instrument. There's no reason why whatever it is that you did for Object, like the programming, like do that for these parameters up here too. Just randomly change these parameters around so I can just get some varied alteration. Like, of course, I can go in and change a few filters, change this from random to ensemble. You know, I can go in and change this stuff around, change the shape, you know, change values, change numbers. But how cool would that be if every instrument in Reason got that same upgrade that Object has? Because watch this. Every instrument after Object that they create, I guarantee you they're going to have some kind of randomization to it. Just a thought, but a big one at that. So, you know, all of that is going to the thought and to the idea that there's so much in Reason that is not the reason why I'm using other VSTs or plugins. I'm using other VSTs and plugins so that I can actually be knowledgeable about them, and so that I can use those sounds and plugins. Like, you just want to expand a little bit. But there's plenty in Reason that I haven't even touched, man. Plenty of Reason. I use it in both ways, standalone and rack. It is a feeling at the time doing a creation process. I just have fun. Okay, he's talking to Reg Young. I tried Mimic, but Serato sample is way better. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of things. It's gonna be a lot of things. I tried FL Studio stem separation. I tried RipX DAW stem separation. I think I'm gonna give it to RipX DAW for the stem separation. Some things just do things better than other things. Me personally, I haven't used Serato sample a whole lot, but look at what Serato is, right? Like, Serato sample is like, Serato in general is a DJing software. It's a software that has been analyzing and listening to and collecting data on millions of songs that have been played by different DJs, artists, producers throughout the year. So of course, like, that's something that they can implement into their software like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you got the team working on it because that's the thing that they wanted to do. That's the thing they wanted to create. Hey, shout out to y'all real quick one time. Just wanted to just say that one time. I see y'all up in here in the chat, man. I'm trying to get through all the questions and stuff because I did want to make this a dialogue and not a monologue. You feel me? SSL just made a DAW controller that could be a dope controller for Reason's mixer. Reg Jung, what is that? What's that DAW controller? SSL DAW controller. What DAW controller is it? Because they have a couple, you know? It could be any. I don't know. I'm trying to look it up to see it, but I didn't see anything. Wait a minute. I tried to look it up to see if I could see it, but I didn't see it. So let us know, what's the DAW controller? What's it called? And let me know. DL, what's up, man? Welcome to the live stream. Hello, big dog. How are you? Woo, woo, woo. I'm corny. I make dad jokes. I'm doing good, man. Thank you for asking. Believe it or not, I've been trying to just do better in life. I've just been taking it one day at a time. Like I said, I've been taking things slow. I could very easily like be down on myself and be like, man, things are not how I wanted them to go, or like I'm not doing what I want to do, or like I can really get down on myself. I talked to one of my friends, my mentor recently. His name is Trey. He said, man, don't be so hard on yourself. I feel like that's something that tons of people have said before in the past, and maybe I've heard thousands of times before, but something about the way he said it, that when he said it to me, it just resonated with me. It was like, don't be so hard on yourself. And it's like, I got it. It clicked with me. So today I'm doing good. Now, you maybe had asked me a week ago or a couple of days ago, might have been a little different. And at the end of the day, I'm always blessed in the Lord, and I'm always blessed by God to live another day and to just be able to do the things that I'm doing. So that's always a great thing. And I just have to learn to give myself grace. That's it. That's all, man. Thank you for asking, bro. It would be perfect if they can make it work. Pitch to fish. I agree. Serato is an insane tool. So it sounds like there's another DAW that I need to check out. Let me see this real quick. I might have to check out Serato sample. And then, man, the thing about it is, I think I saw him put the title of the UF8 SSL UF8. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna look that up too. SSL UF8. I am not a sample producer. Wait a minute. I clicked on this one, but I didn't respond. Ivan, I'm finna get to this one. I was talking about this one. I am not a sample-based producer. And that is probably the big reason for why I don't like it. It's not fully I'm not gravitating toward Serato sample because I'm not a big sample producer, but it would be interesting to see like what else you could do with the DAW, or like how it works, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They have a free trial. To purchase it, there's a $9.99 subscription option. To buy it, there is $149. The future of sampling. So this is Serato sample. This is the options that they're giving you. Stems and sample, stems in studio. Serato sample, Serato studio, Serato DJ Pro. So could be something interesting to try out. Since we've been trying out all of these DAWs in general, could be something interesting to try out. I have to try that out. There's some producers out there that have more than one DAW and use it for a specific task, such as like Pro Tools for live recording, Ableton Live for time stretch audio, and maybe use Reason to chop the auto sample. Absolutely. And you know what else? What else is really good? It's really good when a DAW notices, wow, all of these other DAWs are doing this thing. We probably should implement that into our system as well. Like if you notice that and you actually do something about it, that's important, because while it might be fun for some people to do what Ivan just said, it might be fun for some people to switch and swap between DAWs. For other people, they're going to say, I'm going to find the DAW that can do it all, so I don't have to switch back and forth. So a lot of people rag on FL Studio for recording vocals, for example. Me and my buddy recorded an entire album in FL Studio. Okay. We recorded the album. I made all of the beats. In Reason. I think it was like Reason 5. I made all of the beats. This is the album. It's called Freedom Summer by my buddy Brian James. I made all of the beats in Reason 5, and we recorded all of the vocals in FL Studio. Now, somebody will say, Chris, well, you were using Reason. Why did you record the vocals in FL Studio? We recorded the vocals in FL Studio because you could record vocals in FL Studio. You could not record vocals in Reason. So that's what I mean. Like, that's an example of, it's like, hold on. I can record vocals here, but I can't record vocals there. I got to get Pro Tools to record vocals. That was a thing we was dealing with back then when we made this album. Every studio we went to, of course, was like Pro Tools, Pro Tools, Pro Tools, Pro Tools. We was like, we don't have the money for Pro Tools. You know, we got this FL Studio. You could record an FL Studio. It's like one button to record the vocals. It was very easy to move the audio around to do the things we wanted to do. Recorded the whole album there. I want to say, yeah, well, anything with vocals, Life on Mute. Is another one that I produce heavily on, and we recorded the vocals for in FL Studio. So beats were made in Reason 4, Reason 5. Vocals were recorded in FL Studio. But if like today, Reason 12, you could do the whole thing, right? If today there was the option for us to make the song and the lyrics together in one DAW, then I'm going there, right? Like I'm going there. So for example, recently I was working with this artist, and his name is Corey Knock. And Corey Knock, I have songs that, for example, this song, Child of God, I filmed the video and did the editing and did the beat, the music, and everything like that. Anyway, gave me the vocals. I made the beat around the vocals. I made like 3 versions of the song. I made like a trap version, like it was very like super like Migos style. I did it all in Reason, is what I'm saying. He would send me vocals. We would do the vocals in Reason. We would make the beat in Reason, because everything could be done in one place, right? So it just I like when that can come together, when that kind of thing can come together. Okay, Blaze FM, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Okay, let me see. I missed the DL comment, but I'm going to circle back to you, DL. The VST is perfect. I tried to find flaws, but it does play nice in other DAWs, especially in Bitwig and FL Studio. So that's Reason as a rack, I believe he's referring to. Reason rack, or Reason as a rack plugin, I think he's referring to. DL says, you have to remember that Reason was designed to make European dance and house music. Dance Revolution. That's interesting. I wonder what other, when I looked at the story of how FL Studio was created, from the beginning, like the inception, if you go look at that story and watch that video, the creator of it, like, he didn't have in his mind the type of music that it was created to be made. I'm just talking, y'all. He didn't have the type of music that was created to be made. But I wonder, but it's so weird and interesting to see that now the majority of people that are using FL Studio are making some kind of trap-based or 808-based music. Somewhere in that track, somewhere in that song is going to be a fat 808. It's probably going to be a Spins 808. And that's just so interesting to me that that's the case. I think it was one of those things where it was like, when I was like using Reason and making different kinds of genres, making different kinds of beats, I think the first person I saw was like, I don't want to say that if that's not correct. Oh, thanks for subscribing to the channel. I think I saw Booney Mayfield use Reason. I think I saw him use Reason, and then I know for sure there was this one other guy that used Reason, and he was on YouTube, and he was making like sampled like hip hop, beats and stuff like that. It's just kind of like, oh wow, you wouldn't think this DAW was made to make this kind of music, and so maybe that's why it catches people's attention. And it's like, oh yeah, but you just have to remember that anything that's made, like anything that you can put sounds together, like you can make whatever kind of music you want to make. If you want to make any kind of music you want to make, you can make it in any DAW. Really, that's really the bottom line. Some DAWs are going to make it extremely fast fast and productive for you to be able to make different kinds of tracks. That's just something that I notice. FL Studio, piano roll, trap music. Other DAWs are going to make it much more like automation heavy, sound design heavy, where you're going to be able to create risers and builds and different kinds of synths and pads and Reason Studios, racks, combinators, right? Different DAWs are going to be more powerful at different things. Some DAWs are going to be about making remixes, creating, doing things live, doing things, right? Everything has its superpower. Everything has its superpower. So even though some music, or even though some DAWs might have started off like, oh, this is the greatest thing for this kind of music, somebody can go in there and tear that thing apart and it's like, well, we making folk music now. We making country music now. I bet you never thought you would hear country music come out of this DAW. Here you go. Reason Rack is a king on the chessboard. Now, B-Hoss. I like this. I like this analogy. Now we got to really look at it though and break it down. Don't spend too much time on it though, Chris. Reason Rack is the king on the chessboard. You know, the king can only move one space at a time. He's very vulnerable. Very vulnerable. I would switch it to say Reason DAW is the king on the chessboard. The Reason Rack plugin is the queen. That's how I personally would switch it. And the reason why is because of the way that it functions. The Reason Rack can go anywhere. It can move any amount of spaces that you want it to. It can do whatever it want to do. But the Reason DAW, it's the best at what it does for its DAW, but it only can do one thing at a time. It's good at what it's good at. It don't move the way that you want it don't move the way other pieces move, but how it moves is exactly where it needs to be. But I'll feel you with that. It's a game changer, honestly. To have an entire DAW system in another DAW, that's a game changer. That's a game changer. You got to give it respect. Its respect. Reason works well with my brain. Hey, Major Keys, what up? Shout out, man. Welcome to the stream. I don't think I introduced you. I want to make sure I give you your claps, give you your flowers. You feel me? Reason works well with my brain. I'm pretty sure they will improve the layout of it. I like that idea, that concept of, what works well with you. I done said it before. Some DAWs, they look like an Excel spreadsheet. That's not conducive for me. That does not make me inspired, encouraged, or anything like that to make music. So for me, that don't help. Then again, other people, they like, hey, I like the way that looks. You know what I'm saying? I like the way that looks. I want to keep using it like that. They happy with it. You know what I'm saying? They happy with the way that looks. Not for me. Not me and not for me. Right. And I'm more akin to what A Major Keys is saying. It works well with my brain. To me, things make sense. When I want to work on the mixer, I hit F5, I go to the mixer. When I want to do something in the rack, I hit F6, I go to the rack. When I want to do something about moving pieces around inside of the music, changing the format, changing the sequencing, I go to the sequencer. All of those things make sense to me in my brain. The layout, everything makes sense to me. It's just some things that's going to take it to the next level. It's going to take it to the next level. Reg Young, I think the Reason 13 update should focus more on the sequencer piano roll. If they nail that, they're golden. Now, if they add a mastering suite, man, look, laugh out loud. So when you say if they add a mastering suite, what do you mean? If they add a better mastering suite, like if they add more plugins, like what do you mean by if they add a mastering suite? Because they have mastering suite. They have compressors, multi-band compressors, mid-side compression. They have EQ, dynamic EQ, side, they have parallel. They have all of the things that you would need for mastering. They have a stereo. They have like a stereo field, stereo imager. I feel like I wish that they would do something more graphical with the stereo imager. Sometimes the stereo imager is not for me. So I wish they would do something a little bit different with the stereo imager, but they have one. So they have all of these different things that you could do for mastering. They have all of these instruments you can use for mastering. So it's not a matter of like including a mastering suite because they already have a mastering suite, but maybe a better one, or maybe improving upon the different effects or the devices. Now back to what you were saying. Yeah, they have some polystep sequencer is the best thing that I've ever seen Reason create thus far. It's the thing I put my stamp on. It's like Mimic and polystep sequencer. Those two are game changers. Now, if they can take the pitch correction, not pitch correction, but if they can take the time stretching of Mimic and put that into the sequencer, and if they can take all of the things you can do with polystep sequencer and put that into the sequencer, put that into the piano roll, just those two things right there, you've already like created an entirely new ecosystem for how you use Reason. But that's the thing, the polystep sequencer as a player, you want to use that with effects. If we put it into the piano roll, will we still use that player? That could become the issue with that. And in Mimic, same thing. Well, if a time stretch is, but those will be the things I'm looking at. The time stretch of Mimic, we already know it can be done. The polystep sequencer features, put those into the put those into the piano roll and put those into the sequencer. I think that's definitely a will. I think that's definitely a win. What happened to the Willy Wonka beat? Now, DL, man, I got the stems for it. Right? But it's just like that other comment that we was looking at. You know what I'm saying? I love y'all. I love being able to make music and being able to make these videos. I gotta be able to have the time to do it. Last time you guys seen me on a live stream, I guess that was like last week, whatever day that was. It's literally to the point now where it's like when I get a chance to get in here, like that's the chance that I have. If I'm like, I don't have a lot of time to be in here in my studio if I'm not live streaming or creating a video for a reason or putting a video up on my on my channel. So there's no like I used to do like these like late night sessions in the studio where it's like 4:00 in the morning and I've been like cranking out beats and I'm just in here in a loop in my head and the beat is just going, over and over and over again. And I'm just like zoned out because it's just so great. There was a time where I used to do that and I just don't have that time now. I don't have that time. I got a kid. I got a wife. I got responsibilities. It's a lot of stuff. So I just say that to say, because the plan has always been to build and get to a place where that is all that we're doing. Get to a place where I can be as creative as I want to be. And when I'm being creative, that's what's taking care of everything else. So right now, everything else is taking care of the ability to be creative. So what happened to the Willy Wonka beat? I haven't done it. Just like I have not done every lead from the 90s R&B. I am not sure what that guy was asking me for. But he is so upset that I have not done that video. And it's just funny to me. Like every time I see him comment, I feel bad, but I also just be like, bro, like, okay, you had an idea for a video. I gotta get around to do it. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I made a country beat before I did your video idea. That's the thing about me owning a YouTube channel. It's my channel. I have to have time to do it. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? Ivan says he's homesick, recuperating from RSV. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, but feeling much better today, just 100%. I'm glad you're feeling better, man. I'm glad you're feeling better. Just keep on getting better, brother. Hardly none of the mainstream work perfectly with reason. That's a huge wish list thing for me. Transport buttons never work or don't work properly. Yeah. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I wish I knew what the problem was. I do. I really wish I knew why. I wish I knew what the problem was. There was one keyboard that worked correctly. There is one keyboard. That keyboard was the M-Audio Oxygen 61. That keyboard worked so beautifully. I almost want to just go get one now, but I don't like the way the keys feel. When I was younger making beats, the little plasticky feel of the keys wasn't a problem. These days, I need weighted keys or semi-weighted keys at least. I can't go back to the super plasticky keys. Unless it's like my Arturia, which is like a tiny little 25, 30 key thing. That's for portability. So, of course, I'm not trying to get weighted keys out of that portability thing. But that M-Audio Oxygen 61, and I guess, whatever, the 2549, the transport worked. The knobs worked, the faders worked, and they worked how you think that they would work. Like you would go to an instrument and you would just be like, okay, I think that these faders should affect these parameters, and they would work. It would work with those specific parameters. It just made sense. It's almost like it was made for a reason. It just made sense. It was like, oh, these knobs adjust these parameters in reason. It just makes sense on every single instrument. Every single instrument, it worked that way. Sometimes with these other MIDI controllers, if the knobs and faders do work, it works, but it'll just do random stuff. Like a knob will like switch from one patch to the next patch. Or like you would think like, oh, these knobs should change, the decay. They should change the sustain. They should change the ADSR. Like you would think that they would do that, the envelope settings, and they don't do that at all. It's like they search through something else. It's just like, I don't know. But M-Audio Oxygen 61, that guy worked. And I really, man, shout outs to that. I really like that one because it did work. It did work. What are all those lights under your keyboard controller? Maybe he was talking about when I went here. Oh, this is my keyboard. I think he's talking about this. This is my keyboard, like the keyboard that I type with. I think that's what he's talking about, the lights. This is my keyboard that I type with. Right here. And I always just wanted LED. I just wanted some LED stuff. So like, for example, this thing, you can change the color, so I can go a different color. And I think there's like a way that you can change. Yeah, there it is. Like you can change different functions. So now it does this little, you know what I'm saying? So now every time you press something, the lights will light up or whatever. But that got annoying because you can't see it, right? And so they have like this little different stuff. No, under the keyboard, is that a hardware effects console? Under the keyboard, right here? This? What you talking about, DL? Is that this or this? I think it was the keyboard he was talking about. So that's this. Oh, okay, it was the lights. All right, for sure. So yeah, that's what that is. That's what that is. Akai controllers work better, but they still aren't perfect. Okay, I had to check that out. Reason looks and feels better when I detach the mixer to another screen. That's like one of them. That's like one of them. That's like one of them productivity type tips. Like now it's crazy because now I have finna show y'all my junkie room. Wait, no, don't do that. That's not what I wanted it to do. I'm finna break something, y'all. Okay, so finna show y'all my junkie room. Okay, so now that it wasn't even worth it. So now I have this vertical screen. I really want to. That wasn't even worth me about to break this camera. It was not even worth me about to break this camera. Oh, and unless you're talking about these lights, I just have like little lights for my drum set. That's what that is. Lights for the drum set. I could have just used this other camera to show you what I was trying to show you. So I'll do that right now. Now that I have this guy, I got this vertical screen. Sometimes I put my rack on that screen. So it's like the vertical, and then I go mixer. Here's Reason. And then there's the chat. There you guys. There y'all live right there. Okay, cool. It's cool to have that little camera there. Show some stuff. Yeah. For me, it's just rack and sequencer. I put my rack on the left screen and put my sequencer on the right screen. Unless I'm live streaming. If I'm live streaming, I just learned to use everything on one screen, because that way you guys, when you guys are watching me make beats, you can actually see everything that I'm doing. But yeah, definitely putting it on more than one screen is definitely a gem. It's definitely a key right there. The Nectar Panorama. This is more than one time I've heard about the Nectar. So I'm already knowing. I done heard about this one multiple times. So I'm already knowing I got to jump on that. I just also looked at it like, okay, I'm going to need a few more donations. I'm going to need a few more views on these YouTube. I'm going to need a few more. I'm going to need a few more before I can get that. But man, it's going to be really cool when I can upgrade this thing. Like, I love this. I love my MIDI keyboard, but it's time. The pitch bend has a mind of its own, and it will just affect the pitch of something, and I wouldn't even know it. I'll listen back later to a track and I'll be like, why does this sound so wonky? I was like, why does it sound like that? Like, I'll listen to a live stream. I'm like, why does it sound like that? And then I'll go look at the settings and I'll see that the pitch bend had changed. Not even by a lot. It'll change it by like a few cents. So if this is like where the pitch should be, it'll just change it like this. And that just creates so much wonkiness in the track. That being said, I cannot wait until I can actually upgrade and get me a new MIDI controller. It's going to be so awesome. I think Reason 13 should have a video feature. That would be nice. That would be cool. I think all of these DAWs should include or create, or there needs to be a VST or a plugin specifically for Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. There needs to be a specific thing just for them, because dang, this is one of them things, like, this is a good idea to you people that's watching this live stream. If you take my idea, at least give me a like. Like, don't just leave my live stream without giving it a like the live stream as I'm giving you away this gold. Someone needs to develop some kind of plugin or VST that can be used with these DAWs for music producers that create music and they create videos and content for their live streams and for their TikToks and Instagrams and YouTube shorts. Because as we all know, the short video, that's the thing. That's what's popping off right now. So if that kind of video feature is created, I think that would be awesome. If there's a way that we can, because sometimes when I watch people's TikToks and, the audio that they use will be like audio from their phone, like they're recording their phone audio, so it won't sound that great. There's a handful of people that know how to use OBS, or they know how to use screen recording, like they know how to use stuff in order for you to get the live audio from your DAW into your video on your iPhone, so you can put it on your TikTok and your Instagram shorts and your Instagram reels. Some people know how to do it, not everybody. So if there's something like that, I think that would be real dope, Ivan. I think that would be real dope. I have the Nectar and it works great with Reason. Okay, there it is. That's the one right there then. That's the one. The Nectar is the one. The Nectar is the one. So there's a couple of things that have been introduced thus far. First thing was a MIDI controller from SSL from Solid State Logic. It's called the U8. I think that's what it's called. This thing looks pretty cool. What looks really cool about this is it looks like you can combine multiple of them. For whatever reason, you would need to combine multiple of them. Let's check this guy out. For those that haven't seen it, this is the UF8. Culmination of SSL's 40-plus year legacy of mastering production workflows and studio ergonomics built into generations of classic SSL consoles. So it's like having a mini SSL console you can put on your desk, So that could be something, right? That could be something. I haven't heard it. I got to check it out. I got to see some videos on it. Complete access, 6-month trial included with UF8. So like I said, you can have one. It looks like you can have multiple one of them. Put some feel back into your mixing with UF8's 100 millimeter high quality motorized faders. Ooh, how much? How much is this guy? Let's go to B&H. How much do they want? Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. It's $2,600. It better be more than just a MIDI controller. That's all I got to say for that. It better be more than just a MIDI controller. Just haven't used the Nectarine software. So let me check out Nectar. I know I've looked at it before, but let me just look at it. So Nectar Panorama P4 is the one he has. Let me see. Nectar Panorama P4. Let's see what this guy looks like. Wow, this thing looks really fancy. Whoa. Look at this guy. Are the keys, how do the keys feel? Are they weighted? Are they semi-weighted? How do they actually feel? Everything looks really nice. Says it works with all of these. Look, Reason's logos. It's hard to see Reason logo. Hold on, I'm sorry, my bad. I gotta actually show y'all. It's hard to find somebody that actually uses Reason logo. Like, oh, it works with Reason. I haven't seen a lot of people. Oh, it works with Reason. Haven't seen that happen a lot, but this looks dope. So they have 49 or 61 note semi-weighted velocity sensitive keyboard with aftertouch. Okay. And if I wanted to buy one of these, okay, y'all getting real specific. All right. Bananas.com. Bananas.com. Okay. So they have a Nectar Impact, but that's not the one. We was looking at the Panorama. But the Impact is $320. Let me see if we can find I can't find the Panorama. Okay, looks like I won't be able to get one. Looks like I won't be able to get one. Let me see if I go back out. Amazon has them. Okay, Amazon. $500. $500 from Amazon. Okay. All right, now I got a price point because I would want the 61 key at the very least. I would want the 61 key. The pads look like they look nice, and like I said, using pads, the drum pads, matters sometimes. You know, those things matters. Pitch bend, not having my pitch bend now really like makes me sad these days. Like now I remember like all of what I'm missing out not being able to use my pitch bend because I disable my pitch bend every time I go to make beats because I don't want to have that issue I keep running into. So all right, cool, I'm gonna have to check out that Nectar. That's a good point. As Pro Tools already has a video feature, I use Rewire, etc. There's a VST somewhere that you can use to get video into your DAW, but I wouldn't recommend it. And somebody else did video. I don't know, but that's for all you cinema people out there that's trying to, you know, create to video and stuff like that. Yes, exactly. What you feel like using at the time. DAWs are like cars. Absolutely, BHAS. Punch in recording, MIDI out. Not to say I only have like one. I have one car. I have a car and my wife has a car. So it's not like we got a bunch of choices to choose from. You know, we're not like Jay Leno or nobody. But punch in recording, MIDI out via VST. Updated piano roll, better audio editing, etc. I'm sure someone can add other features that would be great. Yeah, these are the features we're hoping to see for the newer iterations of Reason. I absolutely agree with you. Punch-in recording is a big one. It's one of those things. It's like, hey, you gave us recording. Now make the recording better by creating this. And of course, we do have comp recording, and comp recording is one thing, but that's not, like you said, that's not punch in recording, right? So to be able to have that, you know, punch in recording, that's going to be something that's going to make the recording better. I like comp recording, especially when I'm playing like guitar or something like that, because then you just keep recording over and over and over again until you get the different versions that you like, and then you can just use them. So that's why I like comp recording sometimes. Serato sample got stem separation. I use it as VST and Reason. Oh, I didn't know you could use it as a VST. Oh, that's super dope. Thanks, Crosssheen. Shout outs to you. Johnny says, I'm thinking about jumping ship to Ableton. You're going to jump right on back, Johnny. I ain't worried about it. you going to jump and jump right on back, all right? Because it ain't going to be, listen, if you really come from Reason and really enjoy, I don't think anybody could jump from there to, I don't think you could jump from there. You could jump from Reason to Studio One. You could jump from Reason to a lot of different things, but jumping from Reason to Ableton, and my guy Gray Keys, he uses Ableton. I think he was like Reason heavy, and then he started using Ableton. His beats is dope wherever he make them from. He can make beats on a spatula, you know, on a frying pan. The beat gonna come out tight. But for me, I would just be like, oh man, I don't know about that jumping stuff. You gonna jump right on back. I think you're gonna jump right on back. I have to be honest. I like Reason, but the sounds are paper thin and require a lot of compression. What are you using to beef up your beats? So when you say something like paper thin and require a lot of compression, to me, that tells me a lot. Okay. That tells me a lot because compression is not what you would use to beef up a sound. Not necessarily anyway. When I think of thin, like these words thin and beefing up, it's more of a frequency thing. And I'll give you an example about different DAWs. Ableton, the way that the volume starts, you start on a high end. So everything sounds louder when you're using Ableton from the beginning. Reason kind of starts you off, it's trying to put its sounds at like unity gain, below unity gain, well below unity gain. Very rarely will you like play a sound and then it will be hitting at unity gain, right? All of the faders can be at 0 at unity gain, master fader at 0 unity gain. But when you add in an instrument, it's not going to be hitting unity gain. So that's a volume thing, right? And then you have to increase your input, increase your volume in order to get the volume. So that's like an example about volume. where if you did the two side by side, because I know there was another person that talked about that as well, doing side by side comparison of Reason and Ableton. If you do them side by side, Ableton just comes in hotter. The way that their volume is set, it comes in hotter. That's what I've noticed on my version. I don't know, maybe they've changed it from the version I'm using, but that's what I've noticed. Same thing like a lot of people said about FL Studio. They said FL Studio version blank sounds better than other blank versions. And then FL Studio had to come out and say the reason why it sounds better is because there's a limiter with +6 gain. And because it's +6 gain, all of your beats were louder by 6 gain, by 6 dB. So that's why you think this one sounds better, because it's just louder. And in the world of today's music production, louder is just better. Specifically speaking for Reason, because now I done brought up 2 other DAWs and their examples. Specifically speaking for Reason, it's a frequency adjustment that has to be done. Frequency is volume. It's actually putting your sounds where they need to be. It's the difference between using a pair of headphones that are flat or monitors that are flat and using, concert monitors, or using studio bigs, or using Beats headphones. Beats headphones are not flat headphones. They have increased frequencies to make the music sound beefier, sound more bass heavy, or sound etc., etc., etc. Specifically in speaking in Reason, if I load up a bass guitar and I'm playing that bass guitar, it can sound good to me. But if I don't have a subwoofer, then I don't really know how that bass actually sounds. I need to actually increase the bass frequencies, right, every time. Even with an 808. Some 808s, I'll put the 808 in I'll put it in Reason. It hits, it sounds good, but I need to add on some I need to add in an equalizer to boost that low end. I need to add it in. If I don't add it in, it's not going to be as rumbly as I would like it to be. There's a situation in which, if you're the type of person that mixes clean, like you want a clean mix, you don't want anything to be, if you're very clean, you are going to get a thin sound because you're playing it by the book. You're playing it by the book. Everything must be set to -10 dB before you go to master. And it's also all about comparison. Comparison between how music was made 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. It's a comparison between how music was made then and how music is made now. Today, everything is clipping. Everything is pushed into the red. Everything is pushed as loud as it possibly could be. Everything, the bass is just bleeding your ear. Everything is just exaggerated in sound. Everything. You're not going to hear a clean acoustic kick drum. Like, that thing is going to have saturation. It's going to have distortion. It's going to be crushed. It's going to be parallel compressed with another kick drum. It's going to be sidechain compressed. Like, it's going to have all of those things happening to it. So you put the time into what you put the time into your sound to get it to sound how you want it to sound. Like, somebody saying, like, if you pulled up ID8's piano and you pulled up FL Keys, you're not going to tell me that Reason's piano sounds thin. It's just, come on. No, that's not what's happening. You pull up the piano from Ableton's stock piano and you pull up Reason's radical piano. Oh, Reason sounds thin. No, That's not the case. The case is in your mixing and in what you need to do in your music to get things to sound how they need. You need to actually do it. Reason is not going to do it for you. Whereas other DAWs, some of their effects and some of the way that their masters work, some of the way that their like master fader, some of the ways that their stuff works, it's like they're doing it for you. It's like and also it's not as punishing. It doesn't punish you in other DAWs when you're looking at your mix going into the red, and distorting and it's like throw that soft clipper on there, everything will be fine. It's like that. So I don't know. Will you ever do this is Small Town. What's up, Small Town? Welcome to the live stream. Will you ever do the R&B request from your subscriber you said you would do? Okay, you just doing country now. Is it Small? Was it him? Now I want to go find out. What? Man, yes. Yes, I will. And no, I don't. No, I don't want to just do one thing or the other. I want to do all things. I want to do everything. I want to be able to play Warzone sometimes. I want to be able to just, have fun. Now I'm looking to see because he was so upset. It's like so mad because I did the country beat. Was that you, Small Town? Was that you? I'm sorry, I'm searching through stuff now. Okay, yeah, it was from my little country beat, my little country track. Oh, okay, it wasn't Small Town, it was somebody else. But nonetheless, hold on real quick. Is this making a country? Oh wow, the video looked pretty crispy on this one. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, it says I accept it. All right, I gotta do something. It's Mr. Sterling Foster challenged you twice months ago about doing a video on R&B leads. You accepted and haven't seen a thing, and now you're doing country. I'm subscribed to the wrong channel. Aw. Here, remind me the challenge one more time. I am doing my best here. Okay, I just had to I had to respond to this dude. Yes, I want to do it. I want to do it. I promise you, I'm trying my best. This is what happens. This is what happens, guys. This is what happens. Okay. I'm sitting home. I got free time. I'm going to the studio, babe. Okay, babe. I'm coming here. I say, what am I inspired to do? I find the thing I'm inspired to do. I do it. If we have a good live stream, if everything went how it's supposed to go, I'm happy. If it didn't, I'm like, oh man, maybe I should have did something different. But that's just the way that things go. So do I want to do that request? Like, am I going to? I'm definitely not just going to be doing country. I want to do the request. I just got to get in here and do it. VSTs that I use in Reason. It's funny too, because I know it's a lot of YouTubers and probably people that go live that just be like, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. Like, I'll just do whatever I want to do. Oh, maybe that's why it says live stream Reason Plus and Sound Packs review. I never changed the thumbnail for this live stream. I gotta change the thumbnail. Fair point. I dial in a good deal using the channel strip. Machine and Reason. Drop and drop your samples from Machine to Reason, both software running separately. Okay. VSTs that I use in Reason are mostly sound design, things like UAD plugins. Reason doesn't need any more instruments. Exactly. Have you messed with the external input and object? Oh, drums galore. Welcome to the live stream. And yes, I have played around with that. You can go to my object videos here. The most ambitious thing that I did with that was I combined a Neptune with the object. I did some CV routing, so that way when you sing into your microphone, Neptune picks the actual note, and that is what plays in object. So the way that object works is when you press a key, that plays object. So you press a key on your MIDI keyboard and that plays object. And then if you have an external in, which could be a drum loop, a percussion loop. By the way, those things are really fun if you do percussion loops, right? It could be a guitar loop, or it could be your voice. It could be anything. The external in becomes the exciter, right? The thing that makes the sound. So, you can get all lost in the sauce with the science of it and, enjoy yourself with that. The way that you pluck a string on a guitar, the way that a piano makes sound, it's all about excitements. It's like the drum head, the drumstick hitting the drum head versus a bunch of keys hitting a drum head, right? It's like different things that you can look at, different ways you can look at it to create the sound. If your voice is the exciter of the instrument, you get a different sound than if another instrument is the exciter, or if their built-in exciter engine is the thing that's creating the excitement. So yes, the external input and object, super dope, super dope. Machine and Ableton is the way to go. Okay, hey Stack Sniper, welcome to the live stream. Haven't seen that name before. Machine and Ableton. I'd have to listen to your music. Maybe if I listen to your music, I'd be like, you know what? After listening to his music, I can concur. Machine and Ableton is indeed the way to go. Maybe. I don't know. Before I went on a DAW shopping spree, that was my workflow. Okay, Reg Young. It's about having fun. It really is. What's your favorite tape stop effect? That's an interesting question. Right now, it's here, I'll go to, I'm finna press the wrong button. Let me go into Reason. Right now, my favorite tape is from Kilohertz tape stop. I like it too because it has like a little tape, graphic or whatever. This is my favorite one. You can adjust like how long it takes for it to stop and how fast it, to start and play. You can adjust the curve. So it's like how long does it take for this tape to actually stop when you click, click play to make it stop. You can adjust all of that stuff. And so that's like my favorite one right now. I see a bunch of people talking about UFA, SSL, UFA. Yes. Okay. I'm sitting over here looking at my chat. I had a lot of, this is the most, so man, shout out to y'all real quick. Hold on. I did just say shout out to y'all real quick. Listen, it's an issue when, like, it's just too much chat. It's like, man, this is beautiful. Thank y'all for being in the chat, bro. Like, I appreciate y'all. So I'm just like struggling to, actually get the chat, get the chats. I'm struggling to get the chats to, to get them all, because I've been like scrolling through them all or whatever, but we checking it out. Okay. So UFA, we looked at that. I don't know if it plays well with Reason. I'm just saying that it would have been a great strategic partnership given the mixer emulation. Oh, okay, for sure. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Thanks for doing this kind of stream. Shout outs to you for being here for this kind of stream. That's literally what I was talking about before. When I say like I'll get in here and I say, okay, we're gonna do this kind of stream or we're gonna do this, like honestly, when I sat down, I was about to get into like making beats, but then I also was just like, well, let's just kind of see how things go. I literally have steak under like by my foot that I didn't finish eating. Like I was going to like put the screen on Reason, finish eating my steak and just kind of go with it. And as I was creating, I was like, okay, we need a title, do a little poll. This is just what came up. You know what I'm saying? This is what came up. So I'm glad we could talk and kind of chat together. It's like a just chatting stream. If I could like really focus and pay attention to the chat, I could have did this and played Warzone or something, right? We could have hung out. I could have played Warzone. We could have sat here and talked about Reason. But I already know that my ADHD will not let me do something like that. So, but shout out to you and thank you for being in the live stream, man. Jizzy P, welcome to the live stream. I haven't seen this name before. MPC software has a good sound. I do beats in there, mix in Logic or Pro Tools. And isn't it interesting how it's just almost like, man, you just look for that one thing that can do it all. And just like not one thing can do it all. It's like they all got like a thing with each other where they was like, okay, we all gonna decide, okay, we're all gonna be great, but no one can do the exact same thing, or like no one can do everything. Okay, we all are coming here. Hey, Ableton, come over here, man. Come here. Okay, Bitwig, BandLab, Reason, you get over here too. Huddle up. Okay, FL Studio, Pro Tools, everybody huddle up. Listen, the way we win the game is by not being the best everything for everyone. Just be the best you for someone. Okay, and that's how we win. All right, now go forth. Like, it's almost as if like that was the case. Like, not one thing can be the end be all for every single thing. It's like something is better for something else. Or, you can just do some things. The finishing touch, it's like, oh, I made the beat. Now my finishing touch, the mix, the master, the sequencing. I don't know how those, oh man. There are Motif, for example, Yamaha Motif. First time I ever seen one of those, huge Motif keyboards, super dope, right? You can make beats in them. You can sequence in them. You can do everything. You can create the whole song. But I'm like, but how? I'm like, how do you do the sequencing? I'm like, it's not making sense to me. I'm like, man, where's the... But you can do it all. You can make that beat. You can sequence it. All inside the keyboard. Serato Sample is the plugin. Serato Studio is the DAW. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. The more you know. All right, I gotta check out this Serato Sample. Serato Sample is a studio and Serato Studio is a DAW. Okay, I'm still using Reason 5 and I want to jump into a new version. Do it now. Do it and do it now. Okay, jump into it. No, but seriously, Garage up. Do it right now, man. Reason 12. Well, let me back up. You can try Reason 12 right now by using Reason Plus and getting a subscription. I believe it's $100 for the year and it's $20 per month. And you can try the newer versions of Reason right now today. I can tell you from experience by starting off with Reason 3 that if I was able to try Reason 4 and 5 before I moved from 3, I probably would have stayed on 3 a little bit longer. I would have stayed on 3 a little longer. Now, personally, I feel like Reason 5 is far enough to where you should probably just go ahead and update, either purchasing the full DAW or getting Reason Plus subscription. But this is still an option for you to try it out first, as well as the demo. Demo version works. You can do everything in demo version. You just can't reopen the file. You can't export the file either. So some things you can't do. Some things you can. You get the demo version. Have at it. I'm torn on using samples as well. They can be dope for creating a theme during a track or musical elements, but I'm afraid of sample clearances, etc. I'm a chicken. Laugh out loud, JK. No, I think that's important. That definitely is a big part about what kind of music production you do. I could tell you, me personally, this is the reason why I do the kind of music production that I do, aside from the fact that the person that inspired me the most is Ryan Leslie. So Ryan Leslie was the most. Second in there was like Misto and Pizzy. Like, I used to watch them cook up beats, and I never saw them use a sample. I always saw them start, with some kind of piano, some kind of synth, some kind of drums, and just build the track from there. So those are like two like big influences for me, right? So for me, I always wanted to get into that. I want to learn how to play the guitar myself. I want to learn how to play bass guitar myself. I want to do the drums. I want to have a drum kit. I want to play piano live. I want to do all these. That was a big thing. I want to be able to do it. The greatest joy that I ever got as a music producer was when I was playing a track. We were playing a song, and there was a DJ there, and a very famous DJ now, actually. It's one of those situations like, dang, I wish I kept in contact with people. I wish I kept in contact and people could know you and recognize you. Like, we had this whole experience. But it's just like, that was years ago, Chris, and people go on to become what they go on to become, and you just continue to be Chris from Compton, the dude with the waves. But nonetheless, the greatest feeling that I had as a music producer was when I had this song and we played it at this radio. We played it on this online radio show. Me and Brian James, we played this song. This is the greatest experience I had as a music producer. We're playing the song, and they look over to me and they say, "You made that beat?" And I say, "Yeah." And they say, "What sample is that?" And I say, "Ain't no samples in this." Excuse me, sir. There are no samples in this. I played that piano. I programmed those drums. I played that flute. There are no samples in this. No. This is Reason. This is Reason 5. Oh, why does it sound like that? Why does it sound like it got a little vinyl crack? Oh, because audio, it's just like, yeah, because I use this. Because I had this little vinyl sample, but it's like, oh, but is that a piano sample from this song? Like, no, I played the MIDI. That was important to me then and is now. That's the largest reason. Recently, I made a track. It has a sample. Somebody wanted the track. I'm hesitant about that track because it has a sample. I'm in the same bag that you are talking about right now. I hated that this track that I created, that so many people seem to like, had that sample in it. Now I'll just say this about these two things. I'll say that about these two things. For me, it's ego and pride. I can let go of that one day. If somebody likes your music because it has samples in it, it does not necessarily, and they don't like your music when you create it all from scratch, it might not have anything to do with you and how your music sounds when you create it from scratch. You are fighting an uphill battle when you're using your own sounds versus sampled music. because the number one thing that you get from a sample beat is nostalgia. And nostalgia is that little thing in the back of somebody's head that goes, hey, I've heard that before. And when you get that little thing right there, it immediately attracts people to that sound. And it immediately makes you feel like, wow, this thing sounds good. And it doesn't necessarily have to sound good. It's just familiar. And so familiarity is going to win sometimes out of the new and the unique because of that whole idea of nostalgia. I've heard that melody before. I've heard those vocals before. I've heard that drum sample before, right? I've heard that drum sound before. All of those things is going to win out. So those are like pros and cons. Yes, a major con about using samples and stuff like that is, sharing your credit with somebody else or sharing your publishing or running into that issue. Let's say you do everything legit. You do everything right. You get the sample cleared and you have to give them X amount of percentage. So you keep a percentage of whatever you keep. The song does well because you use that sample. A lot of people know the sample, so the song does well. The song ends up making millions and millions of dollars. You don't keep 100% because you did the sample clearance, so you only get the percentage that you get as a producer with your publishing. You only get what you get. But whatever that percent of the millions and millions of dollars, whatever that number ends up being, that is still better than 100% of $0. So you could be like me. And you can have that warm, fuzzy feeling inside. You say, man, I did everything on this beat. This is all 100% genuine me. You could get that fuzzy feeling and own 100% of your track. But if it never goes anywhere, for whatever reason, just don't let that be the reason for not doing a sample-based track. I need to have 100%, because 100% of nothing is nothing. Also, at the same time, you could also end up in a situation where you don't get any clearance and now you get 0% of billions, right? Like you could be like many of those situations where you get 0%. I sample my own stuff. There you go, Johnny. When I sample, I like to add other instruments. Sometimes I will use the loop as is or manipulate the sample and add other sounds that I play out of my keyboard. Absolutely. Super dope. I'll give you a quick example. I do a lot of remixes from Instagram. I did one with Bruce Beats. I think I've done like 3 now. I will create the track in such a way that if I take out the Bruce Beat trumpets, the beat can still live on its own. So that's how I do it. That's how I add to whatever I'm working with, whatever sample I'm doing or something like that. If I completely remove this sample, it should be able to live on its own, which is why I was so upset about the other track, because I was like, dang, this really is the heart of this beat. And if I take this sample out, essentially all you have is 808s, hi-hat, and a clap. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I didn't like that. Reason 5 has a duo version with record, and you could record like nowadays minus the Melodyne function. Yeah, it does. I remember record too. I like record's logo. It's worth it. Serato Sampler, don't do subscription. So if I want Serato Sampler, don't do the subscription. He's saying it's worth it to just pay the price of the plugin and use it as a plugin. All right, for sure. I thought in Reason 5 they introduced audio recording for instruments and vocals, not in the way that you could record, like you couldn't record into the sequencer. So you could record, like you could sample in Reason 5. You could sample into Kong or sample into Redrum or sample in, right? And if you wanted to painstakingly map out, there was ways you could do it, and I've done it, and I have done it. Like, you drop your recording into an NNXT, and then when you go to the sequencer, it's just one long NNXT, and so that way you can't actually stop it anywhere in between the song. You have to go back to the beginning of where the NNXT sample plays in order to hear the verse. And so anytime you're editing or mixing your verse, yeah, that's a pain. Don't do that. Don't do that. But that is what you have. And that has been there. Reason 5 has Rewire. Congratulations. I like Rewire, but I haven't sent stems. I actually need to try that out. Export a stem, then bring it back into Reason. Yeah. You doing country now, or will you ever do the R&B requests you committed to? Well, now I'm not sure what the question is now. You doing country now, or will you ever do the R&B requests you committed to? Well, it's supposed to have been the last video I did was country R&B, so it's like this mix of the two. I've only been doing R&B this year in 2024. I'm not sure. Small town. Tell me exactly what you're saying. And I'm not doing I tried because I had my guitar and I felt like I found some like country sounding, chords. So that's why I was doing that. I thought I did. What popular producers use Reason? DJ Battlecat uses Reason. Way earlier in the live stream, B Haas was talking about My Guy Mars. I just finished watching a podcast with My Guy Mars, and he uses Reason. So My Guy Mars is a really big popular music producer that uses Reason. I don't know, you might be familiar with certain songs like Jay-Z, Show Me What You Got. Some Nipsey Hussle stuff. It's a bunch of stuff. I'm not 100% like familiar with his discography, but I do know that those two names are in there. So yeah, My Guy Mars uses it. I was just looking at it the other day. Oh man, who's this dude? What's his name? It's a big dude too, man. He has some really dope R&B artists that he produced for, and I was like, yo, he made those beats in Reason? It's a lot of people. It's a lot of dope people. Please check out SSL UC1. Imagine having that control your SSL mixer in Reason. Oh, that would be dope. SSL UC1. That would be dope. So basically, the same little function. Oh, I see that. That's dope. But you have the controller. Sweet. Advanced plug-in controller. Interesting. Okay, let me see. I want to get through some more of these comments. I really believe Reason has a faster beat making workflow than FL Studio, especially if you use blocks to arrange. I agree with you, Blaze. I feel like Reason, to me, it just makes more sense to use the notes, to use the lanes and the notes and everything like that. To me, it just makes more sense to use that stuff personally. So you get in there and you record and you're good to go. You're done. The only thing is depending on what type of producer that you are. If you are a MIDI controller or play into the sequencer type of producer, then yeah, it's definitely faster. If you're an automation, create all your music in the rack kind of producer, where it's like the instruments are kind of like playing out their own chord progressions, they're playing out their things, absolutely, it's definitely faster. If you are a drop in audio files into your sequencer, you're not using instruments, you're literally just using audio files. So that means every single kick, you can see every single kick and you can see the claps and the hi-hats. Everything is laid out into your sequencer. If you're that kind of person, sure, Reason it's just right there. It's just done for you. Just drag and drop, you do it. It's just as fast if you're that kind of producer. The only time that FL becomes faster or more convenient is if you are a piano roll producer. And I mean that's meaning you take a pencil into the piano roll and you draw out chords, you draw out melodies, you try and do trial and error to try to figure out the melody. Like you like play it, stop it, play it, stop it. Like you like trying to figure out the melody, try to figure out the melody. Okay, cool, I finally got it. If you're that style, go knock yourself out with FL Studio. But if you're a MIDI controller style, personally, for me, is nothing is faster or more convenient for me than just jumping in there. Illmind uses Reason, multi-platinum producer. Thank you, Johnny. Appreciate that. Reason is my life. Shout outs to you, Andre. I mean, like, my YouTube channel is based off of Reason, and all of the music that I make pretty much comes out of Reason. Like, I want to say like 98% of it comes out of Reason. And if I could find a way to do this more, I could essentially say I make my living off of Reason. But with all of those things, I couldn't say Reason is my life. So shout outs to you, bro. Shout outs to you. He's like, Reason is my life. It's my life. I would die for this because I live for it. Yeah, that's dope, bro. That's dope. I do not like the look of Pro Tools. I think he was talking about, B-House is talking about when I was talking about the king and queen situation. About Reason being the king and Reason Rack plugin being the queen. I do not like the look of Pro Tools. I don't like the look of it. I don't like the look of it. I don't like the look of it either necessarily. It's a little intimidating, if I could just use that word. But also, it's just one of those things like, well, if you're gonna drive your car on this road, it gotta have these kind of tires, so to speak. I did a whole hip hop 13 track project in 2001. Tronic, that's what's up, man. Welcome to the live stream. Reason is already equipped with the mastering stage. Exactly. Yeah, we was talking about that earlier. The Reason mastering suite is very similar to the Tracks mastering plugins. The question is, how many people can use it well enough to make a sonically competitive project using it? Well, I don't know. The situation is, if you're not somebody like me that's specifically challenging yourself to do it, then most people probably won't. Like, all of those names that we mentioned earlier, I don't know that they are like everything was done in Reason. All of the drum samples, all of the piano, the bass, the EQ, the mastering, everything was done in Reason. I don't even think that matters to them. It didn't matter to them. Maybe just the creative part was the part that mattered to them. I create in Reason. And then I send the stems to an engineer, and I don't know what the engineer is using. I send the stems to the engineer, and I tell the engineer, make this fat, bro. Like, I send it off to Lander for my mastering. I make a nice mix, and then I send it to Lander. I let Lander do its AI thing and let it do the mastering. The situation is, a person that's skilled and knows how to use the plugins and knows how to use the devices, they're going to know how to use the devices, and they're going to use them as such. So they have all of the devices that you need in order to do a mix, in order to do a master. They have the devices that you need. So a person that really can do it will do it, and they'll get it done. Still waiting on the Wouldn't Give It To Me track. Wouldn't give it to me. Ivan, what's Wouldn't Give It To Me? He wants you to make some Aaliyah or Jodeci type beats. I can understand that. Finding good leads can be a challenge depending on what you buy. Okay. Okay, so Small Town knew what I was talking about. DL knew what Small Town was talking about. Okay, cool. Make some... Yes, yes, I make beats in Reason. Okay, so make some Aaliyah or Jodeci type beats. Okay. Finding good leads. Sometimes you might have to make the lead. Sometimes you might have to make the lead. You might have to make it. You might have to design it. You might have to get into one of these instruments in Reason and make the lead. Sometimes you go searching for a patch and you never find that perfect patch. You got to make it, All right, cool. So I'm going through the chat right now, y'all. Shout outs to y'all for coming through, man. If you guys have not liked the live stream, please make sure that you guys leave a like, leave a thumbs up for me, man. I would appreciate that. We are looking at our poll. We got about 58 votes for is Reason 12 worth it in 2024. Predominantly 69% have said yes. 69% have said yes. 5% are dealing with some issues on price, and I really feel like if Reason could afford to just knock it down, a lot of this conversation would cease to exist. It would just be like, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of other people price, especially when you think about updating, is very competitive. It's a very competitive price when you think about other DAWs. I seen Amazon list the other day. Are you thinking of adding more items or recommendations to that list? Hey, thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. So the list that he's talking about, I created this Amazon list because I had an idea, because I have a bunch of ideas. And I'm sorry, y'all, I'm going to try and do every single thing, but I just have to do the things that inspire me first. But I did this list on Amazon. Essentially what it is it's just a list of the things that are in my studio. So if you go to this, I'll show you right now. If you go to this list, it just lists out the things that I use. And one thing that I didn't include in that was one thing I didn't include or didn't get a chance to include was like my computer and my computer specs, like my computer build or whatever. But if you go check out, I'll put the link in the chat. If you check out that link, it shows all of the equipment that I'm using. So my interface, my MIDI keyboard. I still have stuff to add. Like I can add the Stream Deck. I can add my light that I use. But I put the monitors up, the MIDI controllers up, the headphones. It's just my studio. So, you know, and it's one of those things like, you know, check it out if you're looking for any of that information. And I'll be adding onto it and creating another list to basically say, here's all the dream things. So like I have like a dream desk that I really want because I want it to look and feel like an actual studio. So I have like a dream desk that I want to put in here. I have like a dream chair that I want to use. I have a dream keyboard that I want to get. Like I have all of that different type stuff. So thank you for asking about that, CK. I will be adding more things and I will be looking for recommendations. So just like right now, the Nectar Panorama P4 was one of the recommendations that came up. So I'll be looking for other recommendations, and that's definitely something I would want to look at. I wish I could find one. Like, I don't think I ever seen one in a Guitar Center, but maybe a Sam Ash, or maybe I could find one somewhere where I can go in and really like use it and touch it, you know, because that's important to me. But yeah, I'm definitely looking for other suggestions. If you have other suggestions, please be sure to, you know what I'm saying, drop them in the chat and stuff, you know. That's dope. I can see you put in the tracks over there or EQs. Just got Lowe's or Home Depot for lights. I'm cheap. Oh, just go to Lowe's. Yeah, I mean, I got a studio light. I want to do some more lighting. I got like a 100 LED light kit that I got. I was supposed to be putting in the room somewhere, and I just never did it. 803, what up, man? Welcome to the live stream. How do you feel about hardware equipment? Hardware equipment. Probably the biggest thing that I would want is like a mixer. So a while back, I got a new mixer from my church for our audio for our live stream there. So we got the Behringer X32. And I also know that Jan Hunter Jr. uses a Behringer X32 for his interface essentially. And I just like that it has the motorized faders, and I like that it has so many inputs and outputs. You essentially can do like 16 microphones, 16 outputs, and then like so many variations after that. So on the side of like the physical things, like that would be dream, like, right, to have something like that. in the studio. But also I know that Kenny McEastland, he has some gear in his studio that I really liked that's similar, where and it's modular. You can attach multiple of them together. So yeah, there's a lot of different equipment and stuff. That's some of the stuff I can think of. Not really synthesizers. The thing about having like a synthesizer or like a rack module is you gotta have the ins and outs, and you gotta have enough ins and outs on your interface. So right now I have the Scarlett 2i2. That Scarlett 2i2 only has 2 inputs, so can't do a whole lot of stuff with that, right? But if I ever upgrade it to like the X32 from Behringer, or if I ever update it to, I don't know, maybe the 16i or something like that from Focusrite, if I ever update it and got a larger interface, then I could look into getting some of that stuff. But for the most part, man, I'm just coming from the box. I'm coming straight from Reason, man. There's some things like compressors. There's like compressors and other interfaces that like Catchy Noise Production had hit me on too. Like if you run your audio through these things, it'll make it warm and, to make it, have a better sound than just coming from the computer. So there are some things like that I want to, grab and want to implement into the Dream Studio, so that would be something too. B-Hoss is just having a field day over here. He having too much fun. Just get a 32-inch monitor for your computer. It's $85 at Best Buy. Or you could do what I did, and you could just take the monitor from your wife, because this monitor. That monitor was my wife. So as long as if you just take the monitor, then there you go, you got your monitor. It was free. Blaze FM says it's an app in beta, but it's for Ableton. The app is called Layers. I think this is from when I was talking about the whole Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts videos inside of app Layers for Ableton. I gotta check that out. Make.layers. A new way to capture and share the music you make every day. Yep. Gotta check that out. Small Town Chris, I ain't mad at you. You nice with it, and you on Reason like me. I'm just trying to improve my production any way that I can, man. I hope that I can. I hope that I can help out any way that I can, and just work with me, man. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Is there a 13 on the way? Because the video feature and more audio editing features like the tape stop and so forth should be a must. The thing about it, 803, is that some of the things that even like you just mentioned are VSTs that already exist. So Reason could do them or could not do them. They could fall into something that is not a priority, right? People ask for things in the software, and sometimes they listen to those things. Sometimes it's something they can implement quickly and put it into the next update, and sometimes it's not. So we can be hopeful, right? Like we could be hopeful and say, man, I hope they include this or they do this. But because the tape stop, like I just showed you guys a tape stop, it's free. It's from the tape stop from Kilohertz is completely free. So you could get that right now. Reason doesn't have to include one, right? But overall, the idea of having something like RC20 or Halftime, the idea of having something like that in Reason, something work like that in Reason where it affects the timing of things, that is something that they can do and I would like to see. So a new effect like RC20, like Halftime, is not something that can't be done. Of course, there's a free halftime VST you can get from Somatics, I think, right now. And a bunch of other places make, these type of VSTs all the time, right? But I don't know if there's a 13 on the way. Like, I couldn't tell you a date, a time. I couldn't say, oh, it's going to happen in 2014. No clue about that or anything like that. I say 2014, 2024. I don't know if it's going to happen in 2024 or not. But as a software and production company, if you're not coming out with further editions of it, then you're losing out, right? So, of course, there should be another update, a major update, another version soon. And I would say sooner than later. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I would just look it up right now. Like, when did Reason 12 release? Reason 12 came out 2021. So Reason 12 came out 2021, September 1st, which means it's been 3 years, right? It's been 3 years of just Reason 12. And if you look at the iterations and the number, I mean, FL Studio is on like 20 something now. And different DAWs are just at different times and different numbers. So they could be taking it slower than other people. So I would say we're definitely going to get another version before the 5-year mark, and maybe a major update by the end of this year. And that has nothing. I have no insight. No one has told me anything. I wish that I could say I was that guy for you guys. Like, that would be cool just for me. Like, I would take that just for me to be like, I have the inside scoop. I know when everything's happening. I know what, I was there in the room when they was writing on the board, all the things they were working on. I wish I could say that. I wish I could say I've been to Stockholm, Sweden. I wish I could say I've been in those rooms and I can be that ambassador for you guys. Unfortunately, I am not. I have no info. I would just be speculating. Just like this whole video is just speculation, essentially. That was the first thing I had in my mind was Reason 12 in 2024. Like, I probably would have had twice as many people. I probably would have twice as many people in here if instead of putting Reason 12, I put Reason 13. Like, imagine if I put Reason 13 in 2024, question mark, question mark, question mark. It probably would have been like 500 people in here. Oh, what? Chris knows something we don't know. I am such a nerd. That just tickled me. Okay, anyway, I hope that it is on the way. To say the least, I hope it's on the way. When you use the subtractor for bass, if it's in mono, are you splitting the signal into two channels? If the mixer to pan them to different positions. If it's in mono, when it gets added into the track, it's going to be added as a mono track. The only time it goes from mono to stereo is if you add in another effect. So if you add in an EQ compressor or a phaser, a delay or a reverb, if you add those things to the instrument, it will create a stereo track. But all you need to do is pull out one of the plugs and it will go back to being mono. So it should already be coming in as a mono. Otherwise, yes, you are essentially splitting the channel, and depending on why it's splitting into the two channels, because it is a mono, it's a mono, right? Subtractor is a mono synthesizer. So if there is a reason why it's splitting it, kind of like monotone, for example. So if there's a reason why it's splitting it, it depends why that's happening and what kind of sound you're gonna get. So I know, like, at one point, like phasers is gonna give it a different sound, chorus is gonna give it a different sound, unison will give it a different sound. These different things, reverbs, delays, they give it a different sound. EQ is just going to, you'll have the same signal. It's not gonna be like the left sound is louder than the right sound or something like that, right? So yeah, just check that. And I will say this, as we were talking about, mixing and clarity and music and everything like that, I will say this: mono does matter. Mono does matter. Take your time, make your tracks mono. It will matter. It will make a difference. That's my little helpful tip for you today. Mono does matter. For a long time, I didn't think mono mattered. I didn't think it mattered until I had a kick drum. I turned down the width of the stereo to 0. It was still set on a stereo channel. Kick drum set on a stereo channel, width down to 0. Right? I never checked this audio. Okay, don't lose your mind. I listened to how the kick drum sound, and then I made it mono by flipping the rack. Now I feel like I gotta show you. Here's Europa. Europa is currently in a stereo track. It's stereo because you can see the input right here, audio left and right. I made it mono by removing this. Now it's no longer a left and right track. Now it is a mono track. Okay, so now it's mono, and you will see when you go here, it's set as mono. Here's the instrument, and here's the mixer. It's set as mono. So that's what I mean by pulling out a plug. So you pull out that plug, and that makes it mono. Okay, so when I pulled out the plug and made it mono on the kick drum, and I did it for like bass and it sounded better. It sounded better, and it sounded like, oh wow, now this sounds like it's coming like right in the middle of my head instead of out of both ears. It made a difference. I don't know. It might not make a difference to you. It might only have been that sample of that kick drum. Might only have been that sample of that bass. I don't know. But I know that ever since I did it, I've been doing it ever since then, and I'm liking the results. So take with that what you will. Okay. That price on the SSL that you checked is for 3 devices. Please check all of them and just imagine that working with your Reason mixer. Okay, I'm gonna check into it. Ivan says it's semi-weighted keys and it's a beauty. Super dope. I wish they had more past. It's just 12. Cakewalk by BandLab has video features and it's free. It is free, and BandLab was one of those DAWs that made my brain hurt. It was one of those. It was like it should not be this hard to do the things that we're trying to do. I feel like it should not be this hard. Somehow it still was. It made my brain hurt. So I'll say that, it was free, but it made my brain hurt. All right. I think that Nectar panorama looks dope. It's cool that it has 16 pads and faders. That's crazy. It does look pretty cool. We need more updates in 2024 for Reason. Lionel, you are correct. I feel you. Have you noticed though that there have been a lot of updates? It's just not like major updates, right? It's like, oh, we went from 6.1 to 6.2. Oh, we went from 6.2 to 2.5 to 2.8 to 6.3. It's like a lot of updates, like way more than I've been privy to in past years and past versions of the software. And I don't know why or, the rhyme or reason for that, but I have noticed that there have been more updates, just not major updates. The last major update was when they did the VST3 and they did the sign in where you can sign in offline, sign in. That was the last major update. There hasn't been a major update since then. Just little things here and there to fix things and make it so that the program works as it should and, it works well and everything like that. But yeah, I agree with you. More updates. Super dope. Just update it. Any idea when or if a new version is coming? Yeah, James, we were just talking about that earlier, man. I don't know for sure or specifically myself, but, I would bet on it. Reason came out in 2021. Reason 12 came out 2021. The 5-year mark would be 2026. That would be 2 years. So I think we're going to see something between now and the 5-year mark. And for sure, at 5 years, if we're still using Reason 12, then that's when y'all can get y'all pitchforks out, right? Down with the machine. A buddy of mine jumped from Reason to Ableton. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that he did that. He complained about the workflow, but I don't know about all that. Laugh out loud. At least not with that jump. Yeah, not that jump. Not workflow for that jump. Nah. Inspiration, creativity, maybe. If you get into that launch system with Ableton, you might really find yourself like enjoying that system, like, playing around with stuff. For me, you still end up using the sequencer. For me, in my opinion, you still end up using the sequencer. I think like if you ever need to do like a set of music, like if you ever need to play, like I'm going to play like 5 beats for you guys, like I would pull up Ableton before I pulled up Reason. Like you could drop the 5 beats into Reason and play them. I would rather play the 5 beats in Ableton because the whole launch system, the way that the launch system works, I would just rather do something like that. So that's the only time that I could see that being like a well worth jump. Hey Chris, just checking in. I think it's Josie Plays. What's up? Shout outs to you. That's a new name. I haven't seen that. Just checking in on the stream. We spoke through Instagram in regards to the one-on-one lesson. I also wanted to see the stream. Hey, shout outs to you, man. Thanks for coming to the live stream, and it was good talking to you on Instagram. Hopefully it will work out. We could do the live stream. Anybody else that's interested in the one-on-one Reason tutorials, you go to my website, chrisreedbeats.com. Listen, most days throughout the week, I'm free. Most times when I'm free to do the one-on-one live stream on Zoom, I don't get booked. I usually get booked when I'm traveling and when I'm at Disneyland somewhere. Like I remember the very last time I did a one-on-one live, I did a one-on-one Zoom stream. Like the very last time I did one, I literally was at Disney World. And I had to I told the guys, I am not at home and I am not anywhere that I could do this Zoom call. We have to reschedule. Great thing that you haven't paid your money yet, because I would feel awful taking your money and then telling you have to reschedule. So great thing that we found this out, that I was in Disney World while you was trying to do. Good thing we found this out. Literally had a guy while I was in a live stream. We're in a live stream. I literally had a guy book a session while I'm in the live stream. So that's like right now, it's like 6:36. He booked the one-on-one Zoom call for like 6:45. So I was like, dang, what you want me to do? Like just stop the live stream and do your session? Or do we do your session live? Like, anyway, it was crazy. It was radical, man. It was good times. If you're looking for one-on-one tutorials, head to chrisreedbeats.com and you can get a one-on-one Zoom session with me. I have helped out many students. I want to say I'm inching up to about 30 students of different times that I've talked to people and helped them out and helped them figure something out in Reason or help them figure something out in music production. So if you're looking for or interested in anything like that, please be sure to go sign up for that. And I will send you an email. You will get an email if I can or cannot do that time or day. I will send you an email to let you know. Other than that, the only other thing is time differences. Yeah, right here down below, hit that one-on-one Reason tutorials. Time differences. A lot of people are in different time zones than me, so I will email you if we're in a different time zone. So make sure that the time you signed up for is a time that I'm available. So that's just that on that regard. So yeah, shout out to you, man. Thanks for coming through. Paper thin, like stacking pieces of paper on top of each other in a notebook. Man, I don't know. You really gotta like revisit your sounds and stuff that you're looking at if everything sounds that thin. It ain't about the shoes, it's the baller when it comes to the DAW. Come on, small town, let them know. I use it as a plugin for certain sounds. I like Reason though. I just haven't used the DAW in a while. Alone in a while. Dope. Jizzy B. I haven't seen that name before either. Welcome to the stream. Compressing them is like adding 100 sheets of paper on top of each other. It's still thin, but it's 2 inches thicker. That's why the old school producers use hardware to thicken the sound. Yeah, this is the thing. We talked about that earlier, DL. We talked about that earlier. It's the EQ. It's more EQ than compression. I will say that. When you're talking thin and thick, it's more EQ than it is compression. Compression sounds like it will do the thing that, no, but it's really EQ that's going to do the thing. I saw you talking about my favorite R&B group ever, Jodeci. What you know about Jodeci, your boy Chris Reed, to know about them. Honestly, like, I heard some songs and I know the sound. I know the sound of Jodeci, but like, they're not my favorite R&B group. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not extremely well known. Like, I don't know them a whole lot. So, you know, I don't know. But I'm familiar with the sound, and they're very talented artists. I do feel like many stock Reason sounds and patches are dated and thin sounding. You're better off searching the forums for good combinators, or if you got Reason Plus, use the sound packs included. I agree with you there in terms of, should you use combinators? Yes. Should you use sound packs? Yes. Is every stock Reason sound, like, even in stock Reason sounds for Reason, I would suggest that you use a combinator patch and not an instrument patch. Because the combinator patch is saying we're going to take this instrument and do some cool stuff with it and get it to sound like this. This is what I'm saying about this whole thin sound or whatever thing that you're getting it. These are building blocks. These are Legos. You don't look at a Lego and say, wow, that one Lego will never be this Harry Potter castle. This one Lego will never be the Stormtrooper jet or any, like, you don't do it like that. You take the pieces of Lego and you start building them together. And when you start building them together, you get the sound that you're looking for. It's additive versus subtractive. Like, if you go to an Omnisphere patch or you go to some of these VST patches, you're probably going to end up reducing bass, reducing mids. You're probably going to end up reducing something in order to get your sound where you want it to sound. So a lot of people are like, yeah, we'd rather do that. We'd rather it sound too loud at first, make it sound too loud at first, and then I make it softer rather than just bring it here and then I need to do things and make it louder or thicker. It's really what it is. And I'm not like caping or anything like that for Reason. I'm just saying, like, it's really interesting when we get ideas like this one. It's really interesting when we get ideas like this one, because right there in the comment, you've already given the answer to the situation. You've given the answer to essentially to the problem, right? Sound packs. I've gone through the process of making a Reason sound pack, and you can't just make a patch and then just be like, yeah, this is my patch. I made a Reason sound pack. Like, no, they actually go through it. They look at it. They say, okay, no, we want it to sound like this. We want it to be like this. Da, 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 da. It's a lot of different things that are happening when you're creating that sound pack, right? They really put it through. They're just not putting anything up there. So the patches have been worked out to have a certain kind of sound, to have a certain kind of feel. Same thing with these combinators. People are creating these combinators and they're putting them out there because they're like, this is my work of creation, right? This is my pride and joy. I worked on this combinator. I got it to sound like this. Now this sounds exactly like the synth from that one Rihanna song. This sounds exactly like the kind of pads that, DJ Blank use. This is the exact bass that's in that Animals song. This is the exact riser that's from this song, right? It's like people have taken the time to do it. So it's kind of interesting. The answer to the gripe is also in the gripe. I know. Thank you. I appreciate that. It says I can make Jodeci level beats. I'm cold with it. I appreciate that. For instance, there is a limiter by default on FL Studio Master Bus, so that can make the sound seem to exactly, Aaron, right? I talked about that earlier. Today in FL Studio, man, I'm getting hyped, but I'm saying, whoa, oh man, it's a lot of chat. I'm trying to get through the chat. I'm not gonna be able to get through the chat, y'all. I gotta head out. Today, that same limiter is still on the master bus, but they just don't give it the plus 6 dB of gain or something like that. In previous versions of FL Studio, they used to put like plus 6D gain on that limiter, right? They used to put it on that limiter automatically. So a lot of people notice, hey, the sound sounds louder or thinner or whatever. And you got to think about that too. Like, okay, if you have a limiter on a master bus and it's squashing the sound, and you're turning the sound up louder, and it already has a 6 plus dB gain, not only is it going to sound louder, but it also has this squashed feeling. So every time it hits the ceiling of the limiter, right, it's ducking it a little. Yes, that's going to create this vacuum of sound that you're not going to be able to accomplish without using that. But it's the whole thing about it is when you say this version of FL sounds better than that version, therefore don't update. It was so crazy. FL had to come out with a whole video to talk about it, right? FL had to have a whole video to talk about this whole theory about why this version sounds better or worse than that version. Listen, guys, it's been wonderful, man. I feel bad. I have Bible class tonight. I'm looking over here. I'm looking at the chats. This right here. I wish there was something. I wish there was something I could do where y'all could just continue to have this conversation if y'all so choose. And like, I just like play some beats in the background or something, like, cause honestly, never seen this many. Just shout outs to y'all, man. Haven't seen this many people on the live stream hanging out with your boy. And then I also had to dip out. I hate that part about things, but I do appreciate y'all coming through to the live stream to hang out and talk, man. But unfortunately, I gotta roll out. Okay, I gotta roll out. So I'm finna roll out, and I gotta go do this Bible class. I'm gonna leave it up to y'all. I'll leave it up to y'all about what y'all want to do. But I am letting you know from right now, I gotta roll out because I gotta do the Bible class. But I don't want necessarily to leave. So I'm trying to set something up. That's not where I wanted to be though. I appreciate y'all. I'll catch y'all later.
lose my focus when you're on the floor. Didn't even notice it was time to close. I can take you far away, past the line no caution tape. We can go so high, can't be on the low, can't be on the low.
take me away. And when the nights are done, take me away.